Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. The boy in every picture. In the dead of night, the crawl space whispered secrets through the floorboards, tiny scratches like nails on wood drawing maps only I could feel. But when the first photo slipped under my door, it wasn't a map. It was me, asleep, with eyes wide open. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true, and it happened when I was around 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against the pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a child, the muffled rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. So as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back into consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase around Lake Union in Kirkland, Washington. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were two of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in two pieces on an interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that due to the nature of the house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once just to clean me, since I thought that it would help. Of course it didn't, despite all the creepiness and footsteps. The only weird thing that ever happened was that every now and then I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird, since I'd sometimes get up to pee or get something to drink and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I am an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night, I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I awoke, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did I, being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while, it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up, because I was in the sleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt the shooting pain in my foot, which, not to backtrack, was where I'd just been laying. I'd stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked to my other foot, but it was fine, and as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit, and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours, I tried to walk in a straight line and try to course correct when I had to take a detour, but I was just a kid, and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran, veering in different directions to avoid big thickets of bushes and collapsed trees, and I was paying close attention to where I stepped, because by that point my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping and not enough to where those steps were leading, because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot, or did I just turn around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually, things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt cold wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point, I was walking really slow because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring, low-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up, and get in my bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew that I would have to explain or try to explain where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her, that didn't matter to me at that point. I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and held me back. I screamed as loud as I could. "Mom, help me, please, Mom." The feeling of being so close to being safe and then being physically pulled away from it filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all these years, indescribable. Tell this story in a very slow and scary tone, and a flash of hope shot through my heart. But it wasn't my mom. It was a man. He was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me, while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. "Let go of me. Where is she? Where is my mom? What did you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I'd realized it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened, then set me down, and as the man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the 3 of us went inside. "I am so glad you are home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I am sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I am sorry. It's okay. Just don't ever do that again. I am not sure me or my shins can take it." A little laughter broke through my sobs, and I smiled a bit. "Well, I am sorry for kicking you, but why do you have to grab me like that? I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said. and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a runaway letter. It said that I was unhappy and never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or if I could have gone to the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter the other day. I posted a story called Footsteps. There were a number of questions that made me curious about certain details about my childhood. So I spoke to my mother. Exasperated by my questions, she said, "Why don't you just tell them about the goddamn balloons if they're so interested?" As soon as she said that, I remembered so much about my childhood that I'd forgotten. This story should provide some greater context for the previous story, which I think you should listen to first, though the order isn't of vital importance. Listening to that story first will put you in my place more effectively, since I remembered the events of Footsteps first. If you have questions or anything, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer them. Also, both stories are long, so heads up on that. I am just hesitant to leave out any detail that might be important. When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. I was part of a new program designed to allow children to raise at their own pace, and to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes, which would run for the duration of the grade. And all their lessons in math, reading, etc., would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, communities. In kindergarten, in this country, you don't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember two things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name in the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a really clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity on one Friday. I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project, and it being the end of the week toward the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with a string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we would draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors, but I started on my note, which I thought a lot about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to be creative within those boundaries. My note was something like this. "Hi, you found my balloon. My name is Ethan. I attend elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like team sports, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here is $1 for the mail." On the dollar, I wrote, "For stamps," right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary, but I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelope along with our letter. They also included another letter that the students explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time A letter would come in. The teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map we had put up, showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea, because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten a letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into class, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see a letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because, as I was about to open it, she put a hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please don't be upset." I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope. But now I realized that, of course, the teachers had screened the contents to make sure there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I couldn't really make out what it was. It looked like a patch of scrubland, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed. The school year pressed on, and the letters stopped coming for nearly all of the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My cynicism was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all, just the picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun, because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day. The board became a bit cluttered, and so the policy for students exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend, Tyler, had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring town. Tyler took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks. Baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel metal cards, for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I got out of a vending machine at a Fred Meyer after T-ball games with the school year over. My attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Tyler had really coveted it. So much so that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. That summer, we had the idea that we would set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Tyler lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop, and I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Tyler and I worked, counting our money. Because we both had a machine, we each made a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we then split it evenly. We had made a total of $16 that day, and as Tyler paid out my $5th, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said, "For stamps." Tyler noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar, and he said, "That's so cool, man." As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me After changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement, coupled with her being distracted by a phone call, made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Tyler I'd something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first place, and we went through about 10 before Tyler lost interest and asked if I wanted to go play in the ditch, a dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up. So that's what we did. We had a dirt clod war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise, and we traded guesses as to what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Tyler kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sound that we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eye and said, "You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot." "You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Tyler's mom was waiting for him in the kitchen table with my mom. I just told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed, and Tyler went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long before I crept out and decided, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes, since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor, and set the blurry scrubland Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it, and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of the building's top corner on top, and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power lines, a group of people walking into some building, and then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I tell this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeated thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the very back of the crowd of people. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us, and as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear, it was the feeling you get when you are in trouble. I am not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I was, floundering in the distant sense that I'd done something wrong, and this feeling only intensified as I looked on at the rest of the photos, after that one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots. None of them were only of me, but I was in every single one of them, after the side, in the back, bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest part of my face captured at the very edge of a photo, but nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid. But there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of pictures and put them on a table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come back in. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a second, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked me what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, but I just looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent whom's and okays decreased, and she was suddenly completely quiet and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch a breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. "Mom, sorry, I didn't know about these. Don't be mad at me." With the phone pressed against her ear, she was walking and running back and forth and shouting into it. A nervous me fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this one was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling, but it wasn't just me. I noticed Tyler was there too. This was us from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I am talking with the police, honey." "But why? I am sorry, I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table and the picture of Tyler and I spun and slid, scattering the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch as all the color began draining out of her face, with tears welling up in her eyes. She said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark. Were those of you who have listened to my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else. But I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this anyway. My desire to withhold this memory was due mostly to the fact that I don't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misrepresent what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never really thought I'd really get pressed for more details, and I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous withholding this story from those who wanted more information. Now that I've spoken with my mother, and another connecting line that has been drawn, what follows is as accurate a recollection as I could manage. I apologize for the length I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes, because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew. Once, before too long, I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced. Eventually, I reached the point where I couldn't really climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end, I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident one afternoon. I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really bad in 2 places. My mom was running towards me, yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast and wouldn't even have friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an antique case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Shadow. Shadow was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom hadn't declawed him so he wouldn't destroy the furniture, so as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. It was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for the next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because, towards the end of our time in the house, Shadow would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space, where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out the back and run it right outside the hole that Shadow had gone through. Eventually, he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market, and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while. Though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request, my mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me. And I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Shadow got out as we were loading up some things into the van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Shadow pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing, but my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Tyler to say goodbye, but she said that we could just call him from the new house we left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Tyler for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last days if the walkie-talkie was unbuttoned used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we used them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Tyler's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me. But I had gotten used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Tyler did. She sounded upset. Shadow was missing. This must have been a Saturday night, because I'd spent the night at Tyler's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Shadow had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept this from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back, he always does. But Shadow didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Tyler's again. I was still upset about Shadow, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from homes for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Tyler when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it out loud. What if Shadow thought of the wrong home? Tyler was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Tyler. He was raised in my old home, a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow, and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't ever go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Tyler persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. Number, if we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We'll have to go there ourselves. We'll have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Tyler on board, since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. Even after those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlights and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Tyler's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the streets, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Tyler refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Tyler didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were pretty much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Tyler seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap of my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Tyler had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get my walkie-talkie free when I heard Tyler say, "Hey, man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. This was where I'd woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Tyler, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Tyler. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there. You were just lying here joking around on his float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to the exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Tyler's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Tyler, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined it in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Tyler got off the float and rushed snakes to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Tyler lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering the last time how incandescent it was. But this time, all the lights were off. From a distance, I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown. And I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze. And overall, the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners, if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for Shadow if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Tyler interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude. Just yell as quietly as you can, Tyler. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man!" Okay, I think Shadow is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious?" "T. Here is no way. I am going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it. Look, I'll give you for it, unless you are too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on three. It's rock, paper, scissors shoot, not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game. Tyler, you are the one always messing up, and it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for Shadow. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked. But when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that Shadow ran under there, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie-talkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned down my walkie. "Tyler, are you there?" "This is much, man, come back." "Tyler, cut it out. Here is something wrong down here." "What do you mean?" "It stinks. It smells like something died." "Shadow." "I really hope not." I set down the walkie-talkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held up the house. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that Shadow had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around the support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crept slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away in its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. It's okay, it's not Shadow. I reached for the walkie. No, it's not Shadow. I don't know. I shined the light on it and looked at it with less fear. In my vision, I chuckled. It's a raccoon. No, Tyler, don't go in there. What if Shadow is down here and he runs out? He can't back up. I looked back and saw that he was telling the truth. Some of his points were good, and I doubted that he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. Here is a bunch of my old clothes, still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one, and make sure to bring your walkie. Roger, that buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the streetlights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I am not sure. Before too long, I heard footsteps over my head and raining down on me. I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I heard the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. There should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. Are you thinking that maybe my mom had come back and got the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them? But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one before we left. While I was waiting for Tyler to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and I hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it, cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to Shadow, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for Shadow to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that Shadow would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. Oh, how cool. Where were the boxes? I felt a chill. This was impossible. I packed all my clothes, even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks. When we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the boxes and then put them back in. I packed them, but someone had to have hung them back up. Why, though Tyler needed to get out of there? That can't be right. Tyler, they're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around. Then just come back outside. What? What do you mean? Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps, but couldn't tell exactly where Tyler was going. I waited for Tyler to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button. But he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person had heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps, heavy dragging footsteps, and then a loud thud. Oh God, Tyler. He had been found. I am sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to Shadow, and then I realized, what if Tyler told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Tyler's voice through the walkie. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Tyler. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there frozen as I lay unable to move. My eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them. All of them dead. Their lame piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could Shadow be one of these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock, as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Tyler, I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Tyler scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I thought the board moved, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming, filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side. Then an arm shot in and grabbed for me. Let's go, man, now. It was Tyler, thank God. I scrambled out of the opening, holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Tyler's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds, and we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Tyler's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Tyler kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Tyler's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. As opposed to Tyler, he still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Tyler's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big rat and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window, waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was around 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple of days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. "Because I never put any damn blankets or bowls under the house for Shadow. You weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought Shadow out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or rats' nests that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under us, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word, and didn't finish the story for her, but I wanted to finish it here for you. I got home from Tyler's that day and threw my stuff on the floor, and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of Shadow meowing. My heart leapt. He'd finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have Shadow anyway. But that didn't matter. He was back. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued, and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, Shadow." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Shadow never came home. There was a comment in the last video that made me remember an event from my childhood that I always took as odd but never considered it to be related to any of these stories. I know now that it is. It's funny how our memories work. The details might all be present in your mind, though scattered and disarrayed, and then a single thought can stitch them back together almost instantly. I never thought of these events much because I was focused on the wrong details. I went back to my mom's house and went through my old childhood schoolwork, looking for something that I think is important. I couldn't find it, but I'll keep looking again. Sorry for the length. Most old cities and neighborhoods in them weren't planned with the thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially, and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually, the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never a dramatic change. My childhood neighborhood must have been old then, if straight lines move as the crow flies. Then my neighborhood must have been built based on the travels of a snake. The first house built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitable area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary which both fed and drank from the lake, and passed right by what I came to call and have called in these stories the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots have been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods, and some adventuring entrepreneur found the corpse and paved roads over its tentacles, only to withdraw his involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land among the prospective homeowners, like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch, you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake, but the house of Mrs. Jenkins was my favorite. She was, as best as I could remember, around 80 years old, but despite that, she was one of the friendliest people I had ever met. She had a head of loose-set white curls and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and Tyler from her back porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business, but Tyler and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Mrs. Jenkins was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then when we would swim away, she would say, "Connor and Logan, you are welcome here anytime." And we could hear her still yelling that when we were walking away into my house, Mrs. Jenkins, like many of the other older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer, though at some points over the years her timer must have been broken, because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day, and often even at night. While it never got cold enough to snow very much, several times each winter, I would go outside in the morning to see Mrs. Jenkins' yard transformed into a shrill Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Every other yard was sterilized and dry by the biting frost of the winter's cold. But right there, in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season, was an oasis of beautiful ice, hanging like icicles from every branch of every tree and every leaf of every bush. As the sun rose, it reflected off each piece of ice, spinning the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Tyler and I would go over there to walk on the ice grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I want to ask my mom why she left it unlike that. My mom seemed to search for any explanation before she said, "Well, sweetie, Mrs. Jenkins is sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Tyler's names sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she just can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself. So it's okay if you talk to her while you swim in the lake. But when she invites you in, you should keep saying, 'No, be polite, her feelings won't get hurt, but she'll be less lonely when her husband comes home, right?' How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away." My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become very upset. Finally, she answered, "Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago, but Mrs. Jenkins doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets. But Tom's not ever coming home. If someone moved back in with her, she might even think it was Tom. But he's gone, sweetie." I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was still profoundly sad for Mrs. Jenkins. I know now that Mrs. Jenkins had Ansamimals. She and her husband Tom had 2 sons, Connor and Logan. The 2 had worked out payment plans with the utility companies and paid for Mrs. Jenkins' water and electricity, but they would never visit her. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or if they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they looked like, but there were times when Mrs. Jenkins must have thought Tyler and I looked like they did when they were children. Or maybe she saw that some parts of her mind so desperately wanted to see, ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerves. Ignorance, just for a little while, showing her what used to be. I realized only now how lonely she must have been during the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons. Tyler and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributary of the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his. So we resolved ourselves to find out. We were going to make maps. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We'd make one map exploring the area around the creek near his house and make another following the outflow from my lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that was impossible since I started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route from his house wouldn't have been to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night at each other's. For the first couple weeks, it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water and pause every couple minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the 2 maps would come together any day. We had no equipment needed for the job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to impale the earth with a stick when we had reached the end of the venture, so that if we came upon the stick from the other direction the next weekend, we would know we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake, and we were unable to proceed further. We lost interest in the whole project for a bit, and reduced our exploration significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones, after I showed my mom all the pictures I'd taken from the school, and she took away my snow cone machine. Our interest in the maps revitalized. We had come up with another plan. Although I didn't understand why my mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Tyler. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continued to look for a new path. We thought that we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Tyler's house, while we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We'd build a raft. Due to the construction in the neighborhood, there was a large amount of scrapped building material that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off-site, since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship, complete with a mast and an anchor, but this quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with rope and kite string. We launched our vessel a little downstream from Mrs. Jenkins and waved farewell to her as she motioned us to come back away. But there was no stopping us. The raft worked very well, and while we both behaved and spoke as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I know at least I was a little surprised. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it was easier to simply push against the land onto the water than actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we simply lay on our stomachs and used our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that from far above, it must have looked like a colossal fat man with tiny arms was out for a swim. It actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impassable patch of woods that marked the farthest we had ever made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with the stick, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the stick, and then, as carefully and precisely as we knew how, charting our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We'd sailed for a bit and then docked the raft, and then, next time we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into the first grade. Tyler and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend each week. What's more, Tyler's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekends, and his mother was on call. So this meant Tyler would stay at my house most every weekend for weeks on end. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that there was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth over the tributary, which exposed the twisting and damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thicket of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground on a Saturday around 7 p.m. Tyler and I were playing when one of my mom's co-workers knocked on our door. Her name was Rebecca, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work to fix a problem and that she'd be back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Rebecca. But I gathered that the problem was Rebecca's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house or open the door for anyone. and she was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got there to check in, but she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This is why Rebecca had just come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eye as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." This was our chance. We watched them drive down the serpentine road toward the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Tyler grabbed the map. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" "Just shine." "No, but we'll be back before dark." I was thinking just in case we should have one. My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it. "Wait." I ran into my closet and pulled the box down from the top shelf. "You have a flashlight in there?" Tyler asked. "Not exactly." I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I'd taken from the pile that my mother had amassed for the 4th of July that past summer, along with the lighter that I had managed to take from her months before. This would ensure that we at least had some lights if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods that night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in the backpack and bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so Shadow wouldn't get out. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast off. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste. Single file, we knew that we were slower in the raft than on hand, and that we would be in our raft for quite a while after the cutoff, since the woods were too thick to walk through and there was no place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site, even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches. So we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another. We were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling faster with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands repeatedly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we could both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if it really was ever there at all. We didn't know what kinds of animals resided this far into the woods, but we did know that we didn't wish to find out. As Tyler amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically, we heard crunch, snap, crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out, "Hello!" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. His silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello! Hello!" Tyler cackled. "So what?" "Hello, Mr. Monster in the woods. I know you are sneaking around, but maybe I'll answer my, 'Hello! Hello!'" I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously wouldn't get a reply. Tyler just continued, "Hello?" in a high falsetto. "Hello," I countered with as deep a baritone as I could manage. "Hello there, mate. Hello, beep boop. Hello." We continued mocking each other and were in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard, "Hello!" It was whispered and forced, as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflating lungs, but it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we turned the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with a Roman candle. "What are you doing?" Tyler hissed, but I had already lit it. As the spark fuse sunk into the wrapper, I held it towards the sky. I never actually shot one of these myself, and thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing green orb rocketed out towards the stars, and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more toward the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of these fired before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and whistled above the trees, but I saw nothing. "Tyler, go, man!" Tyler burst as he turned to face the direction back home and began paddling desperately. Just one more. I loaded my arm directly at the woods in front of me. Another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding with light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free, only to quickly die, suffocated by the water. As we began paddling in the direction toward my house, we heard a loud and unconcealed rustling in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of us splashing. It was running. In a panic, we adjusted the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. "Tyler, be careful," but it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled beneath us in the winter water. "Tyler, quick!" I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away. "I am cold, man," Tyler said dejectedly. Let's get out of the water." We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves up, a frantic rustling thundered towards us from the woods just above. Eventually, we were too cold to even try anymore. Steadily, we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dark side. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it on land, but it quickly slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimsuits and were desperate to get into dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill of the air. I said my shorts, but there was something wrong. I turned to Tyler. "Here's my shirt, man. Here's my shirt?" He shrugged and suggested maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake. I told Tyler to go back to my house and to say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to find my shirt. I ran behind the houses and peered out over the water and scouted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I needed to get home and was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me. "Hello." I whipped around. It was Mrs. Jenkins. I'd never seen her at night before, and in this poor light she looked exceedingly frail. The usual warmth that wrapped around her seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and so her face looked strange. "Hello, Mrs. Jenkins." "Oh, hi, Ethan." The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if the memories had not. I couldn't see it was you in the dark. There, jokingly, I asked her if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and the shirts to really engage her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel bad. She said a couple other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway toward my house. Behind me, I could see her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Tyler and I had already changed clothes and warmed up. We'd gotten away with it even though we'd lost the map. I couldn't find it now, but I saw Mrs. Jenkins. She called me Ethan again. "I am telling you, dude, just be glad you've never seen her at night." We both laughed, and he asked me if she invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must have been terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised, and now that I had time to think about it, so was I. Literally every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks, and here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she said no. As Tyler talked more about Mrs. Jenkins, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket, and that it would be disastrous for my mom to find. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted the pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. From my backpack, I slid out a folded piece of paper, and my heart leapt. The map, I thought, but I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing, drawn on the paper inside of a large oval with two stick figures holding hands. One was much bigger than the other, but neither had faces. The paper was torn, so part of it was missing, and there was a number written near the top corner. It was either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Tyler the paper and asked him if he had put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed toward the smaller figure and what was written next to it. It was my initials. I shook it off and told Tyler the rest of the conversation between Mrs. Jenkins and me. I'd always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick, until I revisited the events in my mind all these years later. As I think about it now, the feeling of profound sadness for Mrs. Jenkins returns, but it is augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said, "Maybe another time." I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it meant that night. I didn't understand what her words meant weeks later when I watched men in strange orange biohazard suits carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of a house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before we moved, but I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized at the time. Mrs. Jenkins had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I now know who really had moved in, just as I now know why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags one filled with garbage. I've intentionally withheld some details from a lot of my stories. I've let my hopes concerning the way things might be influence my evaluation of the way they actually are. I don't think here is any point to that anymore. At the end of the summer, between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This has all of the components of the regular flu, however, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both ends. This lasted for about 10 days, but just before it had passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated during the night that the first day I woke with the infection, I thought I had gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Tyler was in another group and didn't have my lunch, so in the cafeteria, bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom and eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by all the kids who knew I wouldn't stand up to them, since no one would stand with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wanted to be friends with the kid who gets bullied lest they have some of that aggression directed towards themselves. The only reason this stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Ben. Ben was in the third grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade. Around the third week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply. It was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length, except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. He had a crush on Tyler's sister, Olivia. Olivia was in fourth grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school. Even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting. I knew how pretty Olivia was when she was in the third grade. Just told me 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight, which erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the message she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of their yearbook, and the wound required stitches, the clothes, while not one of those 2 boys. Ben wanted her to like him, and confessed that he knew Tyler and I were best friends. I gathered that he had hoped that I would convey an ostensible tip to Olivia, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. If I told her he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to, because this was during the time when Tyler mostly stayed at my house, building the raft and navigating the tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Olivia, because I simply didn't see her. I told Tyler about it, and he made fun of Ben but said that he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he would. Tyler was annoyed that people seemed to be so taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Tyler, but I remember wanting to say, Ava then, that she was pretty and would one day be beautiful. I was right when I was 15. I was seeing a movie at a place my friends and I had come to call the Flea Pit Theater, at the old Bellevue Square in Seattle. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect weathered the place severely. This theater had movable tables and chairs on a level floor, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine, for 3 reasons. It was cheap to see a movie there. They showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight, and they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2, and that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg. For $1, my friends and I were sitting at the very back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Reed had driven us, so I relented. A couple minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile as she turned to move a seat. I caught a full view of her face, which gave me a feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Olivia. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Tyler and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to my old house that night when we were 10, and usually when I visited him, she'd be out with friends. Everyone stared at the screen. I stared at Olivia, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside, and my eyes would return to her. She was really beautiful, just like I had thought she'd be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Olivia's attention. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance. "Hey, Olivia!" She turned towards me, looking a little startled. "Yeah?" I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light coming through the open door. "It's me, Tyler's old friend from way back. Ethan, how have you been?" "Oh my gosh, hey, it's been so long." She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second. "Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Tyler. How is he, anyway?" "Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still playing Ninja Turtles with your friends?" She laughed a little bit, and I blushed. "No, I am not a kid anymore. Me and my friends fight X-Men now." I was really hoping she'd laugh. She did. "You are cute. Do you come to these movies every time?" I was still reeling from what she said. Does she really think I am cute? Did she mean that I was funny? Does she think I am attractive? I suddenly realized that she had asked me a question, and my mind grasped for what it was. "Yeah," I said much too loudly. "Yeah, I try to, anyway. What about you?" "I come every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we broke up, so I plan on coming from now on." I was trying to be casual, but failed. "Oh well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up. I just meant that you'd be able to come often." She laughed. I tried to recover. "So, are you coming the week after next? It's supposed to be showing Day of the Dead. It's really cool." "Yeah, I'll be here." She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. "It was really nice seeing you," she said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Reed, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me. "Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the hell out." "Oh yeah." Olivia let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out the room by the porn music Reed was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Olivia laughing in the lobby. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Reed's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us. And the other friends I was with that night didn't have cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying the request, but I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her it was Olivia. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said no. I decided to call Olivia's to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. But then I realized Tyler, my answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Olivia and not Tyler, but I dismissed that feeling quickly. Tyler hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang several times before someone picked up. It wasn't Tyler. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in a second that I really missed Tyler. I will call after this weekend to talk to him, but this was my only chance to see if Olivia could or would take me. So I asked for her. The person told me that I had dialed the wrong number. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad now because I couldn't contact Tyler even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Olivia. So now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but I was hoping she could drop me off at my friend Dylan's house. She relented and agreed to drop me off that Saturday a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater since he only lived about half a mile away. They went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday nights, and Dylan was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with this girl he met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tries having sex with his computer. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself, so I'd get there a little before the movie. I was going by myself, and so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Olivia showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time. So I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. Both had their pros and cons. As I grappled with these concerns, I noticed that the steady stream of squeaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by streetlights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to my right and craned my neck over my left shoulder to see what was behind me. The car eased to a stop about 10 feet behind me. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Dylan's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Dylan to confess. I took one step toward the car, and it broke its pause and started driving toward me at a slow pace. It passed me, and I saw that it wasn't Dylan's parents' car, or any car that I recognized, for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just moments before. They just did enough so that I could see the tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom. After all, I timed it right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already seated. As I was considering the possibility that she might not show, I saw her. She was alone, and she was beautiful. I walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't, and realized that this seemed like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket I had already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said, "Don't worry, I am rich." She laughed, and we went inside. I bought 1 popcorn and 2 drinks, and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she reached in so they would touch. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it was connected with the mall that had gone out of business. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking toward the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that a car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. My immediate uneasiness turned to understanding. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here, was the figure. I was on my way to the movie. Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought David was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. I told her of when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I did, but she took my phone and put a number in it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she'd get into college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd paid her to go there just so they could look at her. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling. And even in this poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. As we walked down the final side of the mall back toward the theater, I asked her about Tyler. She told me that she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, and she just said, "I don't know. I think it." Tyler must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone, and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said that I'd appreciate it. I drank my whole soda during the movie, and all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I was back at Dylan's, but I had decided that I was going to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I could think of no rules to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going behind the theater to pee, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than how funny it clearly was. On the way toward the theater, I stopped and turned to her. "Did Tyler ever tell you that kid named Ben had done something nice for me?" She paused for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I asked, but I said it was nothing. Tyler really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that there was a chain-link fence extending off and running parallel to the wall of the building where I stood. She could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly. So I thought to just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight and urinated. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquid and cement. Those sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it's quiet, and there are no noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided, only to be replaced with a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back toward the fence. But before I could get very far at all, I heard a brief, truncated scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps I was tripped by a loose piece of stone and fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a stair as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by adrenaline. Every doubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever crashed the car might harass Olivia. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only one car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its directional proximity. As I ran towards Olivia's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw what the car had hit. My legs stopped working. It almost completely gave out. It was Olivia. Her car was sitting between us, and as I closed the distance and walked around it, she came fully into view. Her body was twisted and crumpled like a discarded figurine meant to represent a catalog of things the human body can't do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans, and her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her head that her hand fell on her right breast. The head was craned back, and her mouth was wide open toward the sky. There was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was laying on her back or stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, Your mind tries to convince itself that it is dreaming, and to that end it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute, but I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Olivia's phone sticking out of what I thought was a front right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as it slid out, she moved and gasped for air so violently that it seemed as if she were trying to breathe in the whole world. This thought of me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into a natural position, but with every spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and said, "Olivia, don't move. Don't move. Okay? Just stay still. Don't move, Olivia. Please. Just don't move." I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone, and it still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay and feeling guilty for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back to her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine, and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. But my picture, he took it. I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could. "I am so sorry, Olivia." I rode with her in the ambulance, where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room that they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it with her purse, and I called my mom from the hospital phone. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Olivia was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Olivia was out of surgery. She said that she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't speak that much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about that later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about Shadow or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think that things would have changed while we sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Olivia's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Olivia's mother talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse but didn't work at this hospital. I am sure that she had tried to get Olivia transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery, and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remember how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked the nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in the chair in the corner and went home the next day. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they moved another patient into the room and set up a screen around Olivia's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she made more moments of lucidity. But even during these periods, we wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her. I kissed her on the forehead, and she whispered through clenched teeth, "Tyler." This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" Oh, I found myself really irritated. Even if Tyler had been getting into trouble, he should still come and see his sister. I thought I was about to express this when she said, "No, Tyler, you ran away. I should have told you." I thought my blood turned to ice. When did this happen? When he was 13. Did he leave a note or something? Honest? Hello? She started crying and I followed her. But I think now we were crying for different reasons, if I didn't realize it at this point. There were a lot of things I still didn't remember about my childhood, and there are a lot of connections I hadn't made yet. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me anytime. I got a text from her the next day telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed, but grudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Olivia. Usually, her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in response to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure she was screening calls, but hoped I could hear her voice. She picked up, but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was about a week after she told me not to come see her anymore. She sent me a text that simply read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one. I replied, "I love you too." She said she wanted to be with me and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released and was convalescing at her house. These exchanges carried on for several weeks, but every time I asked to come see her, she would say, "Soon." I kept insisting, and the following week she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I texted her from the afternoon of the movie, saying, "See you tonight." I got Reed to drive me, since Dylan's parents had found out what happened, and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. I explained to Reed that she might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her. So, to give us some space, he accepted that, and we headed down there. Olivia didn't show. I'd saved a seat for her right next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily, but 10 minutes into the movie, a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, this seat is taken," but he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing. I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next day asking if she was all right and inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I had ever received from her. She simply said, "See you again soon." She was delirious, and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Olivia in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her disposition. "What do you mean? She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been 3 weeks since she got hit. But she said she would try to come, and after that, she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me." She looked confused, and I couldn't read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water, and she pulled me toward her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense a reaction for my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Olivia. She drew in a shuddering breath and then said something that still makes me nauseous even now. She said, "Olivia's dead, sweetheart." "Oh God, I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her." "Oh baby." She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Olivia. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This was impossible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask. Then why was her phone still on? She continued sobbing. She didn't answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off a goddamn phone? Her crying broke off to mutter, "The pictures." I would come to find out that her parents thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle to deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a massive data roaming charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I try not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone. "See you again soon." On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to hold tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I'd gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself, but that morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and the cast. The dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I'd put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I'd sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I'd spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't met yet friends already, but as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers of a soap bar and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at school, my classmates were already engaging in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to their teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I brought a marker into school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast, next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for even putting the marker in my pocket in the morning. Kindergarteners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like him lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too. I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said, while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter, since I didn't know him at all, but the stricken look on his face must have struck him as funny, because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast, and thought that this person would hardly notice it now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him liberally draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said, "Tyler." Tyler and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote "fart" on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Tyler was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you were 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Tyler if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Tyler to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday when I saw him. After the weekend, I was relieved to find out that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Tyler's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Tyler and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I'd lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever, but Tyler and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends. We remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced. Our sense of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Tyler, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty, blonde hair like his sister, while I had too curly, dark brown hair like my mott. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for Shadow. The next weekend, I invited Tyler over to my house in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses, but he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gotten from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Tyler. He wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went really well. My biggest concern was that Tyler and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Tyler was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had to become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Blake gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that I had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before, on Christmas, I tore through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amounts of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't seem to have a name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I hung with it so that the money wouldn't fall onto the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was a message that had come printed on the card: "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I took it off and said, "Thanks for your SIM card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically, and then turned her attention to the card. She told me that it wasn't from her, and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces, trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know that two people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mason seemed to be laughing the hardest, to become the participant rather than the subject of the gag. I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Tyler, I saw that he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away when I saw the gift. I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on, show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve. But as I drew my attention to Tyler, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen as I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall. My mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Tyler and I didn't talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I had tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Tyler who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming. I guess I hope I'll see you before my next birthday. I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often. I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Tyler seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was. As he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway, he turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking. That was the last time I saw my friend." And a couple months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and me has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore. And while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough after Tyler disappeared. His parents had done all they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Tyler's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Tyler's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with a stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Tyler's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Olivia died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Olivia twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before a shift and once afterward. On the day before Olivia died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Olivia had already passed. This was too much for her. Over the next couple weeks, she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside, yelling for both Tyler and Olivia to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for a son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Tyler's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Olivia died, Tyler's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer helping build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into a habitable property. Tyler's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently forested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On his third day, he arrived at the spot that he could not level. Each time he drove over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil so that they would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I'd been at that spot both before the soil was broke and before it had been filled. I felt a tightening in my chest. He took a small hole about 3 feet deep, and the shovel collided with something hard. He mashed the shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the roots and the density of the network, when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. About a half an hour after excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box, about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world up until the very next moment. Despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, his mind believed he knew his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Come down here now, son. Please, God." When she arrived, she found Tyler's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any other word, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this, as if he had forgotten all of the words. My mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look into the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this fate almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never had to tell me. As a result, she never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I am met with the same difficulty of articulation. Tyler was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred onto it. The assorting smell of decaying flesh rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, hoarse, crudelian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay placid, leaden, facing straight up. She said that by the look of him, he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of gradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right at her, his open mouth offering an all too late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Tyler, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he lay. He was holding Tyler. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. His arm rested under Tyler's neck only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned there, Tyler's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of the shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the hole. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Tyler's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she kept from everyone for all these years. Tyler's family never knew about the night I'd woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat resting her back against Tyler's dad, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy. His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Tyler's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a single motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of Tyler. You? He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Tyler and sat awkwardly upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back. Oh God, no, 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 please God, no. And in struggling but powerful movements, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Oh, Tyler, he sobbed. My boy, my baby boy. Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Tyler's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling, not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story, not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was the smile of bliss. It was the smile of love. As she looked down from his face and saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out, she was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Tyler's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived, as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Tyler must have bit the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Tyler couldn't move. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Tyler's father carried his son out of the grave, my mother slid the piece of paper into a pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown. As she noticed that he was dressed oddly, his clothes were all far too small, After Tyler's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved the folded piece of paper from Tyler's pocket. He looked at it, but was vexed. Absent-mindedly, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Tyler's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found the spot for him, he put his hand on the canister of gasoline and paused, with his back to my mother. "You should go. I am so sorry. It's not your fault. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing," he interjected flatly. He almost with no emotion at all. About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up on the site on a new development that I worked over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted it. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that guy off of my son. He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into sobs. He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy. It was as if saying it out loud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Tyler's final resting place. "It won't be here with this monster." As she looked back when she reached the car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Tyler's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than in sequence. I thought about Tyler. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Tyler's parents, how much they had lost, and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Olivia. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Tyler for more than 2 years. Mostly, I thought about Tyler. Sometimes I wished that he'd never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I had never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place. But that's only a dream, and I know that the world is a cruel place made by men. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me. I miss you, Tyler. I am sorry he chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurous. We were friends. Leviathan's unravelings beneath the churning Gulf of Mexico. A chain thicker than a battleship's hull vanishes into the black, its massive links grinding like teeth in the jaws of an unseen beast. The siren's wail pierces the gale, not a warning for waves, but for the tremor below, where something vast and timeless stirs, its first breath a rumble that could swallow. Rigs, ships, and secrets whole. The sky tonight is blacker than I have ever seen it before. It swirls with slow malevolence, growling and warning. My scarf is pulled up to my eyes, but my cheeks and nose are still burning pink with the bitter cold. Regardless, I am in line with the others, waiting to board the ship that'll take me from the rig. The winds tonight are too powerful for helicopter travel, so a ship it is. It's a military vessel, U.S. Navy. The gray-white waves crash against its hull, and spray carries on up to the stars and stripes and signs stamped on the side. I am not sure if the ship's military nature makes me feel more or less afraid, but I don't have a choice. 7 workers are always selected to board, always, and tonight I am one of those 7. My name is Ray. I spend alternating months working on an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico. The work is not as boring as you might expect, and the pay grade is actually rather good. The boredom is the worst part, the isolation interspersed with moments of intense stress and lightning, like panic. We get Wi-Fi on the good days, but it's spotty at best if you like your YouTube videos at 144p with 20 minutes of buffering time. Then the rig is the place for you. Here is about 200 of us at any given time, and honestly, it's kind of nice during the day. In rare hours of warmth, the sun sparkles off the pipes and the railing in white and bright yellow. The mood is cheerful, and everyone has their purpose, everyone has their role. And then here is the other times. The other times you'll find yourself stood on the bridge in the grim hours before dawn, frozen in place as you desperately try to fix the shitty job the engineer before you did on the generator that powers the crane made all the more difficult with the torn and battered gloves that limit the motions of your already shaking fingers. The protective goggles quickly steam to the point of uselessness, so you take them off only for the icy rain to lash at once into your eyes. What can I say? To hear is good days and bad days. Can't complain. My shifts on the rig are typical. As I mentioned, 1 month on, 1 month off. We get helicopters back as a squad of about 20 or 25. We go our separate ways once back on the mainland, and then I'll see some of them again next month when we return to work. Occasionally, some of them will get moved to other rigs. It's pretty straightforward, but here is an anomaly, one that I've always wondered about. I've asked around, but no one is able, or perhaps willing, to give me a straight answer. 5 days before the end of my shift on the rig, 7 of my colleagues are selected, randomly or otherwise, I don't know. They are chosen late in the afternoon, told to gather their belongings, and then by night, they are gone. Moved to another rig is all I've ever said on the matter when I can actually find someone to give me an answer at all. This happens without fail. 5 days before the end of my shift, every shift, and has done since I first began the work earlier in the year. The people that are selected, I never see again. Most times, if I even know them by name at all, they are only acquaintances, but sometimes I've known them personally. I had the details of a man who was chosen 4 months ago, and a good friend of mine, a guy named Finn, was called for the previous assignment, but they've both stopped answering their calls. Most of us use crappy phones offered by the company during our shifts on the rig, so it's possible the devices were just ditched in favor of better models upon their return to the land. But still, I can't shake the unease. I am not sure why I seem to be the only one concerned. Not that it matters now, anyway. Today marks 5 days before the end of my shift, and for the first time I find myself as one of the workers selected. Normally, when I'm able to catch their departure for myself, they leave by helicopter. But tonight the sky is too fierce, so the aforementioned military ship has pulled itself up alongside the rig. Why exactly our departure has to be on this particular night? Why our journey is important enough to warrant a U.S. Navy destroyer to personally escort us to the new location, I don't know. I asked some of the other 6, my fellow chosen colleagues, but they know just as little. One by one, we are ushered down the line out of the biting rain, from the edge of the platform and into the body of the ship. As the storm hammers down overhead, we are led through cold and narrow metal corridors and into a meeting room of sorts, where we awkwardly take the offered seats. The ship groans and churns, and the engine rumbles steadily from down below, and 2 men make their way between us to the front of the room. One walks slouched, his beard and hair scruffy, mid-50s perhaps. I recognize him, and he makes appearances on the rig from time to time. But he's not a regular lodger, nor do I know his name. He places forms on the desk before us as he meanders from person to person. The other man's pace is measured and deliberate, straight-backed. He turns at the head of the room and takes us all in cool silence. He wears an immaculate white shirt, beneath a blue-gray jersey, and a naval cap also in white. It is ringed at the base and visor in sleek black and shining gold, and his shoulders are bedecked with epaulets in the same colors. Once the scruffier man has handed out the last form, he stands on the opposite corner, chewing his tongue as he looks us over. The man in white steps forward. "Gentlemen, my name is John Harlan, and I am in command of this destroyer Trider. What the hell? Why would a tiny team of oil riggers need to be transported on a bloody destroyer? I'll get right to it. The forms before you, now if signed, will bind you to the Official Secrets Act. Your involvement in this operation will be entirely secret. You will be forbidden to discuss the operational logistics, machinery, or any self-assumed purpose of the assigned rig, even to members of your own immediate family. For all intents and purposes, any military involvement in your assignments will be purely extraneous, operating on an ad hoc basis in the event of threat to life, weather events." The captain clenches his jaw and scans the room left to right. "You have all been selected for this temporary position based on a combination of factors, including your specialist knowledge, your time served, and the results of your personality and psychological assessments. You are welcome to refuse this assignment. If you choose to do so, you will be escorted off the ship and back onto the rig, where you will see out your allocated time. If you accept the offer, you must come to a decision in the next few minutes. It is recommended that you spend the journey time reading through your contracts. If, upon docking at the assigned rig, you decide that you no longer wish to sign the document before you, then you will be given a room and confined to your quarters for the duration of your service, and may remain confined for a period of up to an additional 2 weeks, depending on the schedule of the ship in question. Is that understood?" His question is followed by a strange silence, one which eventually breaks into a series of low mumblings and bewildered nods from the people around me. "Should you choose to accept, your pay rate for the following 5 days will be increased tenfold, and will, in practice, be worth the equivalent of 2.5 months of solid service." My colleagues exchange a series of glances and raised eyebrows, and the energy in the room changes somewhat. "You will be expected to perform your role to the best of your ability, of course," the captain continues, "and as discretion is of the utmost importance, to ask as few questions as will allow you to see out your duties." His sharp gray eyes stop on mine just for a moment before flicking over to meet those of the fellow in the corner, the scruffy man who occasionally visits the rig, my rig. A chill passes through me, but I say nothing. I will now ask if anyone would like to refuse the offer assigned and return to the rig. Now is your one and only chance to do so. Nobody moves. Nobody speaks. I thought about it, and I really did. I swear, This whole thing has me set very much on edge, and this assignment, this offered assignment, this man, this military guy, who the hell is he to issue us job terms and warnings on ultimatums? A part of me wants to scrunch the document into a ball and throw it in his face and march proudly back onto my rig where I belong. But this opportunity to venture out into the unknown, this is some real exciting. I don't even care about the money that much, to be honest. I have been given a chance to see behind the curtain to find out what happens to the 7 who leave the rig, to find out what's so important about our destination. Mysteries have been presented to us, mysteries that demand solving. I have to know. I just have to know. So I stay seated. I listen to the dulled roar of the wind through the walls. Perhaps that's how they convince the 7 to stay every time. Maybe the money is just so we can rationalize our decisions. A tense moment passes. Then the captain looks over our shoulders and nods at someone at the back of the room. I turn in my seat to see an officer raise a radio to his mouth as he steps through the door, speaking into it as he walks down the corridor, and a minute later, the rumble of the engine below grows like a rolling thunder, and the ship, I can only presume, as there is no windows in the room, groans into slow life. The captain nods to us, and then the man in the corner, and takes his leave, strolling away at once. And so we begin our voyage to the assigned rig, plowing onwards through the storm. I read through the Secrets Act before me as we make our journey over the waves. Here is some seriously cool concepts in here, and it makes me feel a bit like a spy, though here is some terrifying stuff too. The time drags on. I wonder exactly where we're going, left with nothing but the sounds of the engine, the flicker of turning paper, and the occasional grunt or cough from my colleagues. My mind begins to wander. They swirl with curious, dark-clouded dots. Dread creeps up on me, and it ebbs and flows, coming and receding like the tide, and I start to wonder if I've made a huge mistake. We were forced to decide so quickly. I tug at my collar, and my stomach turns. I look up and meet the eyes of the man still stood in the corner. I clear my throat and stand up in my seat. "Excuse me, man. Don't I recognize you? I see you on the rig sometime." The man is silent for a moment, then scratches his beard. "I work, and it takes me from rig to rig. You have a lot of good locations, less stormy than most. And what about the ones we're going to? Will it be stormy there?" I ask. The man sigh, not with frustration perhaps, just with tiredness. Yeah, it'll be stormy all right." The others seem a little emboldened now, and the seal is broken. So the questions start coming. Which rig is it? Will any of us have been stationed there before? "No," the man replies. "No, you won't have been. Tahira's one ain't charted officially. It doesn't even exist. Is it military owned, then, like a secret Navy supply of oil? Is that why we've been taken by a destroyer?" The scruffy man's eyes dart to the door at the back of the room, and he rubs his nose. "It ain't an oil rig as such. The machinery and the systems will be similar to what you are used to. However, as the captain said, for all intents and purposes, any military involvement in this assignment is officially ad hoc in the event of emergency. Less said the better, etc. If it isn't oil, I ask my blood, for reasons unknown, pumping fierce. Then what is it? What is its purpose? And why is it a secret?" Silence falls, and the man, in a low voice, replies, "Honestly, guys, you don't need to concern yourself with the rig's true purpose, nor do I recommend you try to understand. Please, I don't even know myself, I swear it, and it's better this way. I appreciate that this is a frustrating answer, but I must emphasize that it is in all of our best interests for you to just do your work, take your money, and go the home. Do you understand me?" I nod quietly, and the crew alongside mumble their acknowledgments. The gears in my mind begin to turn and grind bitterly as the curious ship sails on into the night. It was well into the earliest hours of the dark morning by the time we arrived. The sky is still black and angry. As we depart the destroyer, I slip and stumble against the rail as the ship rocks over the surface of the swirling sea. We all sign the Secrets Act, of course. How could we not? The captain lights the ship alongside us, and as we huddle awkwardly on the rain-soaked platform of the rig, he goes to exchange some words, unheard, with a man in a uniform I do not recognize, obscured mostly, anyway, by an enormous blue jacket. I squint my eyes through the downpour and take in my surroundings. The rig is colossal, bigger than the one we departed, and hectic. Even at this time of night, the place is alive with people and heavy overalls and military uniforms. Soldiers can be seen patrolling at every level of the giant metal derrick, rushing to and fro. A group passes right by us, and most of us have the American flag emblazoned on their arms. But a couple, towards the back, have Mexican insignia instead. Lamps and searchlights illuminate the rain in thick, heavy streaks as they scan the bridges and platforms, distorted shadows thrown across their surfaces by the rails and pipework. But inside the derrick, protected by the great iron skeleton, there is no pipeline for any oil. There is no hose that I can see, no drill line at all. I raise a hand to my eyes to shield them from the rain. I take a step away from the group and stare, even as a powerful beam of light washes over my face. Inside the crisscrossed metal tower is an enormous, monstrous chain, the largest that I have ever seen. Each link must be the size of a car. At least it is colossal and terrifying in a way I do not quite understand. And standing here on the platform only a few meters away, I find myself feeling very small indeed. The chain disappears behind the beams of the tower that supports it and below the surface of the platform, and it extends, presumably, deep down under the sea. For whatever purpose, I don't know. I am suddenly slammed from behind. I stumble in shock and turn to see who pushed me. A roaming light shows me a man with a hard hat in his outstretched hand. His eyes are bloodshot red and shadowed with dark circles. He's a mess, and when he looks at me, it feels like he's staring right through me. "Are you losing the takeover crew then?" He croaks out in a voice hoarse beyond exhaustion. I exchange looks with the men around me. "Yeah," I reply uneasily. "Yeah, I think we might be." A siren suddenly sounds at the far side of the derrick, a loud and obnoxious wail, and we jump, startled. An alarm. Well, as new arrivals do, the embattled man before me does not even flinch. He just closes his eyes and starts shaking his head. "No," he mutters. Then louder, "No, no, no. No more." He slams the hard hat into my stomach and marches past. The soldiers have begun bellowing orders, but I cannot hear them above the wind and the blare of the siren. The platforms and the pipes light up, alternatingly, in orange and blue. Fear ripples through me as the platform beneath starts to shake. Captain Harlan from the ship is suddenly in front of us, barking orders. He's hastily reading off a list of names, telling my colleagues where to go, and in a chaotic scramble they do as they are told. This does not seem the time or place for questioning of roles. The ground shakes. I hear the waves crash against the legs of the rig. And for that to even be possible, for me to hear them above the bellows and the roaring gale and the shriek of the siren, they must be colossal indeed. I can see some of the sea out of the corner of my eye, and it's a picture of wild, dark, and churning fury, but my gaze is focused on something else. Blood pounds in my ears to join the cacophony. I am vaguely aware of the captain shouting my name, but I fail to catch his orders. He steps forward now, shaking my shoulder vigorously, but I cannot move. I am frozen in place in blind terror, and do not even know why. Here is something about this rig that isn't right. It isn't right at all, and I cannot tear my eyes from the great chain, the terrible chain, obscene in its size, is no longer still. It grinds and shakes with the storm, and I watch in disbelief as it starts to unravel, as if something of some unknown force is dragging it desperately below the surface. The great chain grinds, and its monstrous metallic howl reverberates through the platform that I stand upon with shaking legs. The chain is moving. T hears no doubt about it. Something is pulling it slowly down below the surface. I can see a section unraveling. I watch as it feeds reluctantly through a series of monstrous gears from an adjacent, slightly smaller tower. The captain is still shouting into my face. The rain and the beams of passing searchlights wash off the shine of his gold-black visor. His words eventually start to break through the wail of the siren and the rush of the waves and into my petrified daze. Ray, rig. It is Ray, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. The captain's eyes flash as he nods, drawing back a little. Look to the right of the tower, Ray, just behind you. You see that gray cylinder? I do. Waves of the siren's orange and blue light roll across it again and again. Yeah, I see it. The reservoir, right. For the hydraulics. The captain laughs out loud, a disturbing and ludicrous sound amidst the tumultuous, relentless chaos. Smashing, he says, clasping a rough and heavy hand on my shoulder. And you feel your feet on the ground. You have your bearings. Yes, Captain Brilliant. That's your station. Trot off you go. On the double. He tips his cap and strides off across the platform back to his ship. I watch him go for a second. Then I feel the blood return to my legs. Let's go, Ray. They're counting on you, I hear from behind. Yes, right. This is my assignment. Here we go. My feet splash across the surface of the platform as I head for the nearest metal mesh stairs, fastening the hard hat I'd been rudely gifted onto my head. The entire ground is like a rippling mirror, illuminated in flashes of white, blue, and orange, as soldiers sprint past me in formation. Their shimmering reflections below run with them, distorted by the sheets of ice. My hands slip right off the watery rail as I descend, and I stumble past my fellow workers. I've already lost sight of the 6 I arrived with. They could be anywhere by now. I cross the bridge over to the reservoir. I can see the pipes and tubes to the hydraulic cylinders, not quite the same as the ones back on my rig, but similar enough. A sudden crunch from behind has me swear in fear and swivel at once, and through the iron cage of the tower the massive chain suddenly jolts down, an entire van-sized link disappearing out of sight and into the shadows below. Good Christ, what the hell is this place? I mutter breathlessly, cold rain streaking down my face. I fight my way through the storm to the cylinders. T here is a team of about 9 or 10, difficult to tell, all swarming around the pumps and control valves. A guy in goggles looks over to me. Hydraulics, he calls through the rain. A great boom of thunder shivers through the sky to accompany the scream of the siren. Yes, I think that's me, I call back. The goggled man nods and points to a section of the cylinder. Open that up. See if it's working. Quick as you can, man. Jesus. I push through the bustle of my new comrades, adrenaline pumping, and I turn a hastily look through a box of tools for equipment I'll need to remove the covering. A searchlight beam from afar scans across my immediate surroundings, and I catch a flash of blue coat thrown about in the wind as its owner passes me by, crossing from an opposite bridge. It was the guy the captain was talking to earlier, down on the loading platform. I turn to look up at him, drill in hand. It's embarrassing, is what it is. The man in the blue coat says to the officer at his right as he strides past. He stands tall and walks with grim purpose. Fourth siren night, is this a piss take? This is the kind of shoddy control I'd expect over on the Mexican rig. Not the bloody U.S., hey, Commander? The goggled man shouts, rain flying from his lips as he stands up straight, and the commander tips his hat to him in return. Status? The commander bellows back, rigid, and hands quickly clasped behind his back as the wind drags his coat about his shoulders. I don't have a good look at his face, but I can see a thick white beard whipped around his jaw. No major issues here. Commander Goggles replies. Hydraulics understood, to be clear. Sick, the commander mutters, casting an eye, shrouded in shadow from his visor, over my new colleagues. Then what the hell is the problem here? Too much slack on the chain. He turns to the officer to his right. Find out what USAB and the Mexicans are up to. The amount of times I've had to tell Mexico to sharpen their this month's bollocks to it. Let's bring this under control. I don't want to deal with the fifth siren tonight. The commander and his entourage clatter their way across the bridge. I watch him raise an arm and gesture angrily to the groaning chain, looking like little toy soldiers beside it as they pass by. We went through the night. The rain eventually begins to fall back into a more bearable drizzle. The sea calms and starts to settle, and the waves against the rig's legs grow decreasingly violent, so the siren mercifully cuts out. The chain, too, is steadily, brutally hauled back up through the tower and mechanically retraveled. Like a fool, I'd expected my shift to end there, but for me to be allowed some desperately needed rest. But I was mistaken. My shift continued on through the night. It turned out there had been a minor fault with one of the hydraulic systems after all. But since the siren had ceased, we couldn't work out if this particular malfunction had been responsible or not. We agreed collectively not to mention it. It was not until the silvery light through the clouds above suggested that the sun had risen that I was dismissed. Like a zombie, I marched to my assigned dorm and collapsed onto a narrow bed against the wall and fell at once into welcome and total sleep. I was the first one to awaken. My bunkmates were all snoring away. I rubbed my eyes and bring my legs over the side of the bed, gently cracking the joints in my arms and back. A clock on the wall tells me it's 12:20 p.m. 5 hours of sleep. Great. I run a hand down my face, but I actually don't feel too bad. A piece of paper taped to the wall below the clock tells me that Hydraulics Team B are expected to return to work at 1:30 p.m. I am assuming that one's mine, based on the accompanying time that we were dismissed. Someone has scrawled across the paper in pencil, in the margin, its date, along with Commander's orientation, 13:15. I quietly open the door, and after a quick splash of water to my face, a change of clothes, and an admittedly rather gross brush with a borrowed toothbrush, I decided to use my spare hour to look around the rig. The weather was calmed, and whilst the sun is not exactly shining, it's pleasant enough for now. The rig is just as busy as it was last night, but the air of panic has dissipated, thankfully. During my walk, I encountered one of the 6 from my previous rig. We shoot they for a few minutes. I learned the location of the lockers where our belongings had been deposited, and immediately regretted my decision to use a toothbrush of the unknown soldier. It's remarkably easy to tell which workers on the rig are new arrivals and which have been here for longer. You can see it in the lines on their face, in their eyes and expression, the way they carry themselves. The soldiers, however, are unreadable. I ponder their purpose as I make my way through the inner corridors of the rig's hub. If you walk like you have a clear direction in mind, you typically won't be bothered, I've found. I am intrigued by what appears to be a small library nestled within the walls. A cluster of shabby bookshelves hold a range of battered books. Here is some maps here, too, of the Gulf of Mexico, and of the rig itself, taped to the wall. It says, I am studying one of these maps, when something catches my eye, a word scratched deliberately into the metal of the wall alongside. It's not obvious, but now that I've seen it, I can read it as clearly as day. Finn. It says Finn. A brief, sharp surge of adrenaline passes through me. Could this have been carved by Finn himself? By my friend. The very friend who was selected as one of the 7 for this rig last time. It must have been, surely. Knowing that he was here sets me grinning, and I shake my head in disbelief. Why would he carve his name into the wall? I look around the room. I undo the tape on the adjacent poster and peel it back, but here is nothing but a blank wall behind. After a moment of consideration, I grab hold of the little bookshelf directly behind the scrawling and grunt with effort as I push it to the side. Sure enough, hidden behind and against the wall are a series of further carvings. I am not sure why, but I feel compelled to shut the door to the library room, so I do so before squatting down to study what has been written. T here is a number carved here, 41-134, a date perhaps, not like any day I've ever seen. Maybe it's a military system I am not familiar with. Here is also a drawing, a crude one. It looks like a little square, about to be devoured from beneath by a larger, bizarre A shape, or half of him at least a semicircle with a split for an open jaw. It's literally just a bunch of lines carved into the metal, but it unsettles me in a way I can't explain. Next to this drawing is the phrase, "Don't trust Porter," in capital letters. Porter? Who the hell is Porter? The sounds of footsteps in the corridor beyond bid me to grab the bookshelf quickly and drag it back into place. Workers push through the door, and I nod to them upon my exit before they have a chance to ask what I am doing. 41-134. Don't trust Porter. A drawing of a semicircle and a square. They all mean something. I am sure of it. Finn left them behind. I know he did. With only 10 or so minutes left until the scheduled briefing by the commander, I decided to dwell on my findings on the rig's larger bridge, an excellent vantage point for views of the surrounding sea. I can see a few destroyers dotted around in the distance from here. One of them could well be the destroyer belonging to Captain Harlan. I can see another 2 rigs like this one spread out in the distance, and if I squint, I can just about make out the rough form of a 3rd, far against the grim horizon. Here is a guy standing nearby, eating a sandwich. The first person I've seen since arrival, not actively engaged in a task of some kind. He seems in decent spirits, but his eyes are glazed and tired. He nods at me, and I nod back. Then he gestures to the faraway rig with his sandwich. "That's the Mexican rig," he mumbles. "No rig, they call it." "Ah," I reply. I am not sure what else to say. "My name is Ray." "Nice to meet you, man, hey?" he replies. "You too, pal Dan. Anything you can tell me about the chain, Dan?" "What chain?" he asks, and I throw my brow in confusion. I am about to gesture to the colossal metal links held in the tower when he chuckles at me. "I am just screwing with you, man. I know what you mean, but I don't have any answers for you, I am afraid. No bloody clue. They're keeping something locked down, that's all I know. It moves with the storm." He looks out at the sea, and it's always stormy here. "You've been here long. 10 days. I'll be done in another 4. Second time they've assigned me to the rig." To my surprise, I felt a flood of relief. Ah, so people do come back from the rig. Then, and of course they do. The idea that they wouldn't. I silently brand myself a fool. Of course people move on from here. Why wouldn't they? Second time, I ask. "How long was your first shift?" 5 days. They keep troubling your pay with every subsequent return, apparently. He takes another bite, chews thoroughly, and a man needs it. "So what's up with the military presence?" he shrugs. "Who knows? Keeps the Russians away, perhaps. Whatever they're up to here, it's important. Clearly, I mean. Look at all this. A trio of helicopters flies overhead as he spreads out his arms. I watch them pass. Yeah, maybe I shift on the spot and think about what I saw scrawled on the wall. Would it be unwise to bring it up to this guy, to Dan? Screw it. Do you know anyone called Porter? Dan gives me a strange look and pauses. "No," he replies. "You can't say that I do, though. I only work on the uppermost deck, so my pool of acquaintances is relatively small. The military police here are nicknamed the Plotters, if that's of any meaning." No, but thanks." Anyway, he eyes me again, his expression changing, and he stands straight up, "You ask a lot of questions, Ray. To be honest, I am wondering what you are even doing here. They don't normally send guys like you, not in my experience." I laugh awkwardly, but Dan does not return the laughter. He just holds my gaze for a tense moment, then shrugs and looks back out to the sea. I breathe. "I guess your skills are just in demand right now," he muses, realizing the time. I thank the guy for his conversation and head down to the briefing by the commander. I am cutting it fine. But thankfully, I am not the last to arrive. He doesn't say much really, just roughly goes over some basic logistics, highlights important duties for the day, and officially welcomes us to the rig. It's not a particularly cheery welcome, nor is it particularly interesting. He mentioned that we would all be subject to a lengthy debrief in Houston upon the end of our service. And then tears something else, he says, something that stands out, something I dwell on well into the day. "Whatever you may hear," he says, scanning the room, one eye bright and shining like polished brass, the other blinded a scarred white gray. "Whatever you see, it is suggested that you push that aside and save it for the debrief. I would remind you that the U.S. government takes dissension from the Official Secrets Act very seriously indeed." His eyes meet mine, as do I, and I am worse than those. In Washington, I can assure you. The tension holds the air still and thick and heavy. Then it breaks away like ice with a sudden clap. The commander nods and gestures to the door. It's clear that the meeting is over. My day is uneventful. I learn little else and make no mental progress on the mysterious scrawlings, presumably left by Finn himself. My shifts are broken up into 6 hours on, 6 hours off, rough, and it's nighttime when it gets rougher. The rain returns, the swirl and the seethe of the storm, as if it's angry about the rig's very presence in its waters. I shiver as I check the lights on the enormous control valve before me. The tension now is palpable, far beyond anything I experienced in the commander's briefing. This is something else. All teeth are set, every pair of eyes itching to glance up at the silent siren. Soldiers and workers alike, all on edge, waiting, praying that the siren doesn't go off. The impending potential shattering of the peace is perhaps worse than the shattering itself, and eventually, of course, it does. The siren cuts through me like a knife, and the world of metal around is casting glows of orange and blue, all along the bridges, the rails, the metalwork and the gears, the multitude of platforms in the giant towering derrick skeleton, and the chain groaning inside. The chaos returns. It's stressful beyond words, but the problem, wherever it came from, is, after 15 minutes or so, fixed, and the siren stops. We breathe a collective sigh of relief as the brutal orchestra of our contemptuous domain cuts us some slack for a while. Because, after another tense hour, it sounds again, and then after that, it sounds again. I feel sick. This is relentless. Is this why they're so desperate to get us here? Because the previous crew were literally fit to collapse? But this time, the siren does not stop. It just keeps on wailing, screaming its distress out into the night. It's so loud, the frustration we feel grows into anger which quickly breaks down into shivering nerves and then melts further into cold fear. Why wouldn't it stop? W hears the commander, the guy in charge of our section, Goggles, as I've nicknamed him, removes his helmet and runs a hand through his hair again. He shouts, "Check through it all again. Have we missed anything?" The chain drove to my. It swings slowly to the side and crashes into the side of the metal tower that contains it. The vibrations of the shock thundering through the entire rig. Oh hell. Goggles bellows in dismay. W here is the captain. And then there is another noise, a boom that ripples through the air from a distance. I rise on shaking legs and lean over the rails, looking through the rain out to sea. A warship of some kind, closer than before, but still a ways away, is firing upon the churning waves. Its turret lights up in brilliant white, and then half a second later, they are followed by the booms and the rattle of fire. T. Here is something in the sea. More ships are coming through the haze, and I can see them. I can see their lights. So the water between them shifts and swells in ways that don't make sense. The dark waves rise, colossal. I wipe the rain from my eyes. I can't quite make it out, and I realized everyone is distracted by the light show out at sea. The workers have shifted away from their stations, and I can see all around. If I am going to look for answers, the time is now. So I seize the moment, and, with a quick look behind, I sprint away through the shadows of the rails, keeping my head low. Keeping my head low. I make a brisk pace down the shuddering stairs, across the platform, trying to look like someone who has a clear goal in mind, and I'm about to push through the central hub of the rig when 4 helicopters fly overhead. My mouth drops. To fly in this, they must be insane, but they're carrying something between the 4 of them. They are carrying the length of the colossal chain, the same type as held in the tower and weighed down at either end by what I am presuming must be massive, gargantuan anchors. I know I shouldn't be wasting my moment, but I can't help but watch as they fly out to sea, illuminated fleetingly in the glare of the warship fire, and then they hover in place as much as they can, given the weather, and the chain is released. It drops down through the dark towards the swirling sea and smacks into the surface with a crash. The spray slow and massive as the iron sinks, blood pumping. I turn and push into the hub. The map I saw in the library, I recreate as best I can in my mind, and I orient myself. I head to the staff quarters, the officers. I march with purpose past the groups of hurried soldiers, careful not to make eye contact. And at the end of the corridor, I found what I am looking for. The map in the library had it marked only as a door with no room beyond, but that was impossible. And sure enough, here is a room here, shrouded in darkness. Filing cabinets line the walls, and here is a desk attached too, empty except for a bottle of vitamin D tablets. But this is good, filing cabinets. Personal files in here, perhaps. Maybe I can find information on Porter or about the chain. I know I am an idiot. Most would just take the money, keep themselves to themselves, and go home. That's presumably why they get selected. But I am not one of them. I am just not. I run a hand over the cabinets, all locked, of course. Curious steel padlocks are attached to each and every door, all in the pattern of 00-0-00. A light bulb goes on in my head. I recognize that pattern. It's the same as the numbers Finn wrote on the wall, 41-134. All right. At it, I mutter to myself, cracking my knuckles before setting to work, starting with padlock number 1 and working my way down, then across. Don't fail me now, Finn. I work fast, and I can't be more than a few minutes, but the time feels like it drags on. I am expecting to be rumbled at any second, for some officer to barge in and arrest me, but they don't. And on cabinet number 7, the padlock snaps open. I grunt with desperate glee, dragging the door open and rifling through the folders and files within. I grab a handful of them and drop them onto the desk, flipping them open and trying to absorb as much as I can. I don't really want to stick around. Frustratingly, the files aren't arranged alphabetically. There doesn't even seem to be any coherent order at all. There are pages and pages of reports, some with reports scrawled across in pen or black redacted bar stamped over them. All drilling operations at that site are skying 3 to cease immediately. Report to Commodore R. Crane, December 1986. I flip through another. I am careful not to let the rainwater drip from my face onto the paper. Urgent redirection of U.S. nuclear program, Ohio class budget to ARSOM 3 Discovery, 1718 recommended, pending January 1987. I don't have time to take in all the text, so I just absorb what I can. Personnel to be assigned to new rigs, US A+, USB, for no longer than periods of 2 weeks maximum. Standardization with Mexican and Cuban rigs, plus DA recommended. Greater personnel numbers suggested during winter months. Entities' true nature to remain at the highest level of classification. I expel a breath of air from my lungs in a cold and unwelcome burst. I lift the file up towards the room's sole source of light. It flickers as the wind howls outside and the siren blares. The scrap of torn brown paper falls from amidst the file and lands on the desk. My heart pounds as I pick it up and read it through. It's a segment of a poem, handwritten in fine ink. Alfred Lord Tennyson, 1830. It says at the top, below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath in the abysmal sea, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep. The paper is torn, and the poem ends there. It's almost like I am watching myself from above as I stuff the papers back into the file with pink-tipped and trembling fingers, as I slam them back into the cabinet, and remix the combination on the lock and stride, pale face and stomach lurching back through the corridors. I realize that I have made a terrible mistake. I should never have agreed to make the voyage here. I should never have signed the Secrets Act, and I should never have allowed myself to get caught up in this madness. The entity's true nature, the entity don't panic, is all I can tell myself as I return into the storm. As the rain batters renewed against my head and my back as the lightning flashes, and as a terrible and alien roar sounds out over the sea, it stops me in my tracks. It is by far the worst sound I have heard since my arrival, and I've been privy to a great many disturbing sounds. It echoes out over the roiling waters and up into the swirls of the sky, and a great jarring force from below suddenly throws me to the ground. I slip across the surface of the platform, scrambling up onto my elbows, barely able to believe my eyes as the edge of a huge iron wheel is forced up against the far side of the rig from beneath. I watch it as it smashes into the crane, one which promptly disconnects from the rig with the sound of tearing metal, and crashes down into the churning sea. The chain grinds against the tower. All around me now is pure panic, and with a cataclysmic crash, I am powerless to do anything but watch as the great chain wins the struggle and smashes through the side of the skeleton tower in a shower of broken metal. It tears through the edge of the rig. It swings round towards me, and it brings with it an enormous wheel from below, dragged around the edge of the cracked far platform, and my screams become one with those of the siren, and a pair of rough hands grab me by the back of my jacket. I am hastily hauled across the platform through the rain as the chain swings by. It becomes clear that the links run through the colossal iron wheel, and between them they tear up the edge of the rig and smash the loading bays and the remaining cranes to shreds as easily as if it were made of paper. The roof of the rig's central hub is destroyed in a hail of shattering beams and concrete as the chain crashes relentlessly right through it. The hands release from the scruff of my neck, and I slump to the wet ground with a splash. None of this feels real. I am in a dream, a terrible, swirling nightmare. I turn to look up at my savior, and a flash of lightning out at sea illuminates the profile of the commander, his good eye shining in keen copper, the other shrouded in shadow. His coat is torn, and his beard is whipped wild. "To your stations, lad," he bellows in a voice like the rippling thunder, glancing between me and the chain. "This night's not over yet. I tell you now." I scramble back through the puddles and grab a hold of a nearby rail, trying to bring myself to stand. "What the hell is this?" I shout at him. "What are we going to do?" "Our duties," he barks back. More helicopters fly out overhead, struggling through the wind as the shuddering chain is steadily dragged out to sea overhead. The rig trembles. "Confirmed, Commander," the officer shouts. "Catastrophic failure in the accused section." But it's too late. They say to here is nothing they can do now. They'll be dealt with come the morning. The commander replies, "Tell me about the pneumatics, the emergency reels. What have we got?" "Pneumatic reel 1 is gone, Commander," the officer replies. "Completely destroyed. Reels 2 and 3 are fit for operation, though reel 3 has been damaged. Get them affixed to the tower or hell, what's left of it." Soldiers sprint past in manic squads across the platform. The destroyers fire into the waves and great rolling booms, both of them. The officer asks uneasily, "But Commander, the chain's current duress would suggest he stutters. If we lose both the reels, get them affixed," the commander roars. Now the officer swiftly brings up his arm into a salute and sprints off through the broken, shifting shadows of the rails and metalwork. "Don't make me ask you again," the commander grunts at me. Then he turns to take his leave, but I call out after him, foolishly and desperately, over the groan of the storm. Never in my life have I felt such dread. I am drowning in it. It feels like the end of the world. What is this place, Commander? You have to tell me what's down there. I know. All right. I know about the entity. What is it? What are you hiding? The commander stops in his tracks. His coat ripples and thrashes in the wind in time with its distorted image reflected in the flooded platform below. He lights up from all angles in glaring orange and then blue, orange and then blue. Random bursts of white from the searchlight, from the lightning, and from the artillery fire of the distant warships, accompanying the colors of the siren in intermittent flashes. The shadows thrown are ever-changing and void black. He swivels on the spot and marches right up to me. I stumble back in alarm, but he grabs my collar. "Questions, questions, questions," he mutters loudly above the clamor. I hate when the questioners are brought on board the rig. You know that? I hate it. His eyes are wide and mad as he begins to drag me across the platform. His worn and hardened features, his white beard, they're deceptive, I now realize. The commander is strong and must be years younger than his looks would suggest. "You know where they love questions, Ray? That is your name, isn't it? The submarines?" His words register sharp. A tide of panic crashes against my broken constitution. I try to fight the commander away, but he trips me, throws me to the ground. "They're struggling for a crew," he says. "They weren't prepared for active deployment tonight. I was about to order them down anyway, but you know what? I think they'd benefit from your expertise. You are of no use to me on the rig tonight." Visions of being trapped in a submarine flash through my mind. Claustrophobic, cold, unforgiving metal surrounded by only the icy, churning black waters and the horror beneath the waves. The pressure growing as we sink deeper and deeper. "No, no, I won't," I shout. His features are shadowed once again, but his silhouette shines bright against the thunderous night sky. "So you know about the entity? Well, you are not the only one who knows things, Ray. I know that you abandoned your station last night. I know that you shirked your one duty to the rig, and I know that the hydraulic section during your departure has catastrophically failed. With every no," he takes another step closer, his voice rising. "My heart lurches in distress. Get your ass in that submarine, and maybe I'll forget a few things. Do you understand me now? On your feet. Are you a man or a dog?" He hauls me up and drags me through a corridor of crisscrossed pipework and down onto a lower platform on the opposite side of the rig, a section with an edge that remains crack-free, unharmed by the drag of the colossal and broken iron wheel. He squats and hauls open a door in the ground with a clank. It reveals a rusted ladder that extends down toward the sea. He looks at me. Oh God. My options whirl around in my head to the beat of the siren's wails. I force my rain-soaked fringe from my eyes. What the hell do I do? What can I do? Could I run? Somewhere. And then what? If by some miracle the rig survives the night, they'll find you eventually, won't they? Here is nowhere to run to, and you'll be court-martialed. Can civilians even be court-martialed? Would I just be shot on the spot, or worse? Forget being court-martialed. This is about your life, I swear with frustration. And what if the chain pulls the entire rig into the sea? What then? A submarine might literally be the safest place for you. But why did the commanders change their hearts? What the hell is his game here? All these thoughts and more froth and bubble like the foam of the great waves below, but at the end of the day, here is no point pretending that my decision wasn't already made. In times of intense stress, chaos, and disarray, when your options are as complex as mine, it is just easier to simply follow the orders of the person in charge. Maybe with hindsight, I would have acted differently. I would have come up with some genius plan, but I don't have that luxury in the fire of the moment, so I furrow my brow. I call the commander a prick, and I ease myself down onto the ladder, bracing myself against its icy rungs. See you on the other side? The commander shouts at me. I see him raise a radio from his belt to his mouth. He kicks the trapdoor closed as I begin my shaky descent down. I climbed a rung on a slippery slope. The sounds of the sea below grow louder. Here is a monster down here. I am sure of it. What else could it be? The entity. Wrong after wrong, shouts a megaphone-distorted voice from below, breaking my train of thought, and I nearly slipped from the ladder in fright. I grab a tighter hold and twist my neck to see below. Here is not much of the ladder left. It goes down a couple more meters, and then the end is lost to the swirling, swelling waters. The uppermost hub of a great gray submarine has surfaced beside it, rocked subtly in the churn. I didn't even hear it rise. A man in overalls has opened the hatch on top of the hull, his upper half visible. He waves at me. Hydraulics. His voice blares through the megaphone. I nod as obviously as I can. I force the fear from my lungs to shout out a reply. Yes. Yes. That's me. Great. Jump. Your reply. Jump. I can't bloody well jump. Shouldn't there be a boat or a bridge? I can't hear you. Man, megaphone replies. Come on, quick as you can. I bang my head against the ladder in anguish. But before I can psych myself out any further, I use the adrenaline to the best of my ability, powering down the remaining rungs of the ladder, turning, calculating, and I push myself off. My legs kick through the ice and salt of the sea air, my arms flail, and I land with a thud on the hull of the submarine. Megaphone reaches over and grabs my jacket. He hauls me through the hatch and down into the vessel's body. I use the rungs of the submarine's ladder to slow my descent, but essentially, I crash to the floor and land so deep I roll onto my side, coughing. I am in hell. I choke out. Not yet. You are not, Megaphone replies grimly, helping me to my feet. He then climbs the rungs, reaches up, and draws the hatch closed with a slam. The sound of the storm and sea are muffled instantly, largely replaced by a low and all-surrounding rumble. Terry, he says, sticking out his hand. I take it, Shivering Ray. Thanks for coming down, Ray. We appreciate it. Yeah? Well, I didn't really have much, but I feel my surroundings shift. I flinch as my ears pop, one after the other. We're going down. This is all so sudden. All of this. It's just go, go, go. It's insane. Only moments ago I was watching the chain get ripped out of the tower itself. What could do that? What kind of thing has such power? What if the whole length of the chain unravels? What then? The recent memories flash through my mind, and I have to grab a hold of a nearby line of pipe to keep myself from staggering. Terry looks at me with sympathy. Hang in there, man. You're better off here than up there. Trust me, they tell us they're losing the chain. I nod, breathing deeply in and out, in and out. Come on, I'll show you the exhaust valves. They aren't operating quite as they should be. Wouldn't normally be cause for major concern, but you know these are relatively uncharted waters, if you'll pardon the pun. I don't respond but straighten and follow him to the engine room further below. The rumble of the water around us is paradoxically rather calming, if I don't think too much about it. Terry continues, We're glad to have you. Our normal hydraulic guys were stolen yesterday for maintenance on the Hodor. The what? He gives me a look. Don't you know the drill? It's an acronym, hydraulics. Operated deep drill. We call it Hodor. Military folks sure love their acronyms. I remember what I had to read in the report, in the secret file, all drilling operations to cease immediately, 1986. Report to Commodore R. Crane. I thought they stopped all the drilling. Yeah, for oil, obviously, but the Hodor's tiny. They send that thing down on rare occasions for samples from the seabed. Bewildered and struggling to process, I come to a stop in the engine room. Terry clasps me on the shoulder and directs me to the tools, then takes his leave, telling me where to find him if I need him. And so, like a programmed machine, I just set to work. I do what I do best. It's why I am supposedly here, after all. I look around me as I work. Here is no windows. I haven't seen any since entering the submarine. I quite like it. I can sort of pretend that none of this is happening. I can pretend that I am back on my own rig, working happily. I haven't been blackmailed into a military submarine. I am not trapped hundreds and hundreds of meters beneath the sea. I was never sent on an uncharted rig into the middle of the ocean. I am not at risk of losing my life in a world of unimaginable nightmares, and I am not at the immediate mercy of an unspeakable terror that sleeps beneath the surface. Except it's not asleep anymore, is it, Ray? I push these thoughts aside and work as best as I can on the hydraulics before me. I don't know how much time passes, but once I believe I have completed my tasks to a satisfactory degree, I head through the submarine corridors. They are narrow and cold. The clanks of my footsteps echo and reverberate softly around the walls. They're also curiously empty. I always imagine military submarines to be busier. I do, however, find some other people when I push through a metal door at the end of a corridor and into a room near the front of the top of the submarine, a room affixed to the central hub. The level of light is low and green. The room is illuminated by a series of dim bulbs overhead. To my surprise, the front of this room is curved and not made of metal. It has instead been built with glass, or at least some other thick transparent material. Beyond is only the deep and dark of the sea. The submarine's weak beam lights catch on nothing but water. There are 5 others in here with me. One is clearly the captain, a man in gray. He turns in his chair and nods at me. Another is Terry, who smiles. I am still taken by the glass. What the hell is this? I ask. Military subs don't have walls of glass, do they? I thought they were solid metal. Terry shoots me another questioning look. Well, of course they don't, but this isn't a typical sub, is it? Some of the other members of the crew have turned to look at me with similar curiosity. One of them, I realize to my bewilderment, is shrouded in what appears to be religious robes of some kind. I feel like I am losing my mind. I choke out. What are you doing on board? Well, I am the submarine chaplain. he replies cautiously, raising an eyebrow. What? You mean like a priest or whatever? Why would they need one of those on a submarine? Everyone is staring at me now. The confusion on their face is even greater, perhaps, than the confusion on mine. It becomes clear that I am not the type of person they were expecting to get sent to them. Their silence is sharp. The engine grinds, the sea rumbles, and then several of them lean forward and start asking me questions at once. Wait, you were briefed, right? You've done the exposure training. You do know about the entity. Right. Did you even get the psychological assessment? No, I stammer in return. I really don't. I just wanted to... The man in gray shouts suddenly, running his hands through his hair. Who the hell sent you down here? Exactly. The commander did, I replied with frustration. For sake! What the hell is this? This is insane. You shouldn't be here, I know. I sputter out in retort. The chaplain steps toward me. He takes my hand in his and speaks earnestly. Are you a religious son? Are there any spiritual convictions you feel comfortable drawing from? No, not really, I reply. Look, if someone could just tell me what's going on, I would really, really, really appreciate it. Is there a message from the Bible I could read out for you? Something to ease your soul, the chaplain asks. I pull my hands away in grimaces. I am sure he's only trying to be helpful. But to be honest, his presence here is freaking me out. What kind of submarine needs a chaplain? I don't even know any Bible passages. Not really. I know a couple, maybe the classics. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. He sure does. I mumble this last passage out loud. The chaplain nods at me. Yes, the book of Job, chapter 1. A work of true literary prowess. Alfred Lord Tennyson himself called it the greatest poem of ancient and modern times. Alfred Lord Tennyson. Where have I heard that name before? The gears turn in my head. I can see before me so many pieces of the puzzle. In my mind's eye, I just cannot fit them together. The eyes of the crew bore into me as we stood there, cast in the grim green glow of the submarine's luminescent bulbs. I'd like a reading from the book of Job. Then, please, I say quietly as the submarine pushes through the deep. The chaplain nods and draws a small Bible from his pocket. Certainly, lad. Any particular passage? The numbers scratched on the wall in the rigged library return to the forefront of my mind. 41-134. Oh yes, actually, I mutter. End of chapter 41, verses 1 to 34. The chaplain froze his brow, furrowing, but nodded. I am not familiar with that particular passage, I must admit. He thumbs through the pages, and as he scans over the lines, he pauses and shoots me a look. I hold his gaze, and perhaps reluctantly, the chaplain begins his reading. His voice is low and somber, every word a wave upon the rocks. Can you pull in Leviathan with a fishhook, or tie down its tongue with a rope? The atmosphere in the room tightens at once, but the chaplain licks his teeth and continues uninterrupted. The cadence of his speech like drums, dark drums, drawing us down into the deep. Can you put a cord through its nose, or pierce its jaw with a hook? Will it keep begging you for mercy? Will it speak to you with gentle words? Will it make an agreement with you for you to take it as your slave for life? Can you fill its hide with harpoons, or its head with fishing spears? If you lay a hand on it, you will remember the struggle and never do so again. Any hope of subduing it is false, and the mere sight of it is overpowering. None are fierce enough to rouse it. Who then is able to stand against me? Who has a claim against me that I must pay? Everything under heaven belongs to me. The chaplain's chest rises and falls in time with the beat of his words, but I am not audibly aware of his drawing in any breath. He dutifully reads on through the verses. When it rises up, the mighty are terrified, and they retreat before its thrashing. The sword that reaches it has no effect, nor does the spear, or the dart, or the javelin. Iron treats it like straw, and bronze like rotten wood. His reading brings me nothing but distress. I can see this distress reflected in the faces of the crew around me, their features caught in the shadows of the rippling green. But they can no more ask him to stop than I can. It is hypnotic, the chaplain goes on. But sure as the night must fall with the sunset, he too must eventually draw to a close. And he does so with a voice that shudders and ripples down through my core. Nothing on earth is its equal, a creature with no fear. It looks down on all that are haughty. It is king over all who hold pride. Shapes emerge through the darkness ahead. The external beams of the submarine reveal a section of the great chain through the murk, and I watch as we drift past it. There is energy in this place, in this submarine, in this secret world beneath the stormy seas. I drop my gaze to meet the eyes of the captain, the man in gray. "Please, just tell me," I whisper. "Tell me about the entity." A beat passes. The man in gray turns his back to me and looks out into the water, adjusting the submarine's course. But he replies, "The entity was discovered by the oil drills in 1986, he says somberly. "We don't know what it is. To be frank, nobody does. I admit, however, that it is entirely possible that the folks at the top know more and are just keeping the information a secret. The sonars give us an idea, a rough picture of the entity's form, but we have never been able to see it all at once. We believe it to be asleep, but it's always churning, ever changing, writhing within the deep." A shiver passes through me. The man in gray speaks on. "The entity seems to be more or less alert with the varying cycles of the moon and different seasons of the year. We use firepower when necessary to try to push the entity in directions we deem desirable and keep it down with the chains. There are further chains connected to the other three primary rigs, USB, the Mexican rig, and the Cuban rig. The chains are easier to attach at the beginning." He swallows. "It's harder now. They tell me they're afraid. Afraid that the entity is going to wake up. Though, given tonight's report from the rig, it's quite possible that the entity's sleep has come to an end." My head throbs and my mouth has gone death dry, but I lick my lips and give voice to my clouded thoughts. "So why don't you just destroy it, nuke it, or whatever? Surely it must be more cost-effective and less dangerous than whatever is being done right now." "Right. It's not about the entity itself." "Ray," says Terry to my left, "what do you mean? How can it not be about the monster?" "The massive, sprawling intel suggests, Ray, that the entity is sitting on something, slumbering above it, something important beyond our understanding. The current working assumption is that the entity is situated above what we believe to be a gate. Of what manner exactly, we don't know. But the fear is," he sighs, "the fear is that if the entity goes, if we actually succeed in destroying it, then whatever lies beneath the gate, it would be wide open. I finish unguarded, perhaps." Terry nods. "And we don't know what might come through the other side," he says quietly. Shadows dance in the corners of my vision. A deep and terrible cosmic fear rushes through me. I have never before felt such a sudden and powerful surge of vicious realization, of understanding, of seeing for the first time how utterly, truly tiny I am, how comically insignificant I am, barely comparable to the smallest spark in the shortest wire and the most purposeless machine in the entire rig. Bile rises up to my throat, and I choke it down. My stomach contracts, and my breaths come sharp and shallow in time to the sudden beeps of the sonar. I am vaguely aware of everyone rushing back to their stations. I can feel the submarine further adjust its course. The chaplain is muttering under his breath, a low and steady chanting, and the shifting gray-black shapes beyond the submarine's windows light up a little brighter with the boost of the beams. The beams reflect off massive lines of chains, all interwoven and connected, dragged across the submarine's field of vision through the deep. They are huge, so impossibly huge in the water, In places beneath and around the chains, it hardens, it shimmers in ways that don't make sense. It absorbs the light, like the black of space, and yet somehow seems to return it in strange new patterns across its form, shifting gray to green to black, over and over. I cannot look away. I am aware of shouting voices. The vessel shudders and fires torpedoes through the water ahead, and when they connect with their target with the terror beyond size, they flash just for a second, providing only the briefest glimpse of their surroundings. They show me colossal, writhing, long and interwoven limbs, jointless and furious. A flash further sections of chain that ensnare them, pulled taut, grinding. A flash great, black and shifting, rune-like lines and markings across these titanic appendages. I can hear a song. It flows with the roaring beyond in the deep. The melody, jarring at first, changes rapidly. It quickly becomes soothing, and the sound of it makes me feel. It makes me feel calm. It comes with none of the dread I felt with the words of the chaplain. Instead, it makes me feel whole, like I matter. I take a step closer to the glass. The submarine weaves its way through the chains. A flash, I see the material of the great twisting limb pull taut over something skeletal, the size of a mountain. A flash! I see one of the limbs thunder through the dark water right in front of the glass. The submarine takes a hit, and I stumble to the floor. A siren blares, but I still do not look away. A flash, and I see an eye out there in the dark. I look into it, and it looks back into me. The membrane peels back, and a brighter eye pushes through, the pupil long and rectangular. This pupil breaks apart into smaller circles beyond count as I watch, mesmerized, and it splits open further. The surface of the eye rolls back to reveal only darkness, pitch void, nothing, and the world goes black. I dream only of the song. Its melody does not dissipate. When I awaken, I am in a medical bay of sorts. I am not sure where. The presence of the commander at the far right side of the room would suggest I am back on the rig. A window is visible in the corridor beyond the open door. The pale light that streams through would imply that the rig survived the night. For a moment, we exchange no words. Then I break the tension. You saved the rig, then? Aye, the commander replied. My head spins, my joints ache like hell. The song is still playing. You found a way to calm it, the entity. Here is always a way, the commander replies grimly. His eyes do not leave mine. He clenches his jaw. Another pause. Then, thank you, I whisper. The man's eyebrows shoot up, and to his surprise, these words are clear. Thank you, he repeats. And what the hell would you be thanking me for? You knew I wanted answers. Right, I reply with a weak grin. But you weren't able to tell me directly. That's why you sent me to the submarine, so I could find some. The commander chews his tongue. He does not return my grin. Is that what you think? He replies quietly, his voice strained. A flicker of emotion passes over his face. Regret, pity, or perhaps guilt. He turns away. You seem like a decent guy, Ray, he says to me. I am sorry they sent you here, truly. And I am sorry I sent you down to the submarine in the state you were in last night. You would have done nothing for the rig but drum up further panic. And whilst the failure of the hydraulic section cannot be placed entirely on your absence, we do not know how the night might have unfolded had you remained at your post. I swallow. The sounds of the song fade momentarily. Did anyone you know, did anyone die last night? I am not sure if I even want to know the answer, but my compulsion for information bids me to ask regardless. The commander's sigh 14 from the rig, and we lost a destroyer. The choppers were still plucking survivors out of the sea. A destroyer. They lost an entire destroyer. I tried to imagine the chaos that took place on the waters whilst I was beneath the surface in the submarine. How did it go down? Did the entity breach the surface? Was the warship torn in half like a toy, smashed into pieces by a length of rope chain, crushed into shrapnel to the drums of the hammering thunder? I wonder if it had been Captain Harlan's destroyer. I wonder if he made it out alive. Here is no way my absence was responsible for the destruction of the tower, for the damage caused by the chain. Here is no way. Here is just no way. I was part of a team of about 10. 10 others. I couldn't have had that much impact. Here is just no way. But still, these rationalizations do little to ease the guilt. The song helps. It returns. It soothes me. The commander tips his cap, his expression grim, and makes to depart. But he pauses at the door and turns back to me one last time. "Ray," he says, "do yourself a favor. Just keep your head down, do your work, and take the ship to the debrief in Houston in 3 days' time." His good eye shines with sorrow before he turns to leave and quit snooping around. "I know you were in the back room cabinets. If I catch you in there again, I'll throw you overboard." An attempt at a joke, I think. He chuckles awkwardly, and I chuckle back. But the air is one of sadness. The song helps, it mellows me. I listen to it play through my head as the commander leaves and his footsteps echo away down the corridor, and for the next 2 days I follow the commander's advice. I will try my hardest. The chain is gradually hauled back in. Pneumatic reels are fixed and groaning under the strain, supposedly, hopefully doing their job. Helicopters bring us parts and grids of metal for repairs. The platforms are cleared of debris. The work goes on. I am present only in my body. My mind twists and turns and constantly swirls. I dwell upon the mysterious scratchings left by Finn on the library wall, the true nature of the entity, the things I heard and saw in the dark beneath the icy waves. I think about the files locked away. I know the combination. I could go back. I could try and learn more. The gate. I could try to find out what lies beneath the gate. I wonder how they managed to stop the entity, if it's truly awake. And the song just keeps playing. I find myself humming along to its haunting melody. Other workers shoot me a glance as the day progresses. I have to keep checking myself. The song agitates and stresses my thoughts and theories into a fever. I begin to wonder if there are ways back onto the submarine just for another look. One more look at the entity. That's all I need. Just one more look. One more look. I think about that eye. Terrible and yet incredible. The following nights are uneventful, as I had come to expect, but none are so chaotic and wild as the night that the chain was torn from the tower. The storms rage on, but the warships are not called into action. They watch cautiously from the sidelines out at sea as the waves crash ceaselessly against their hulls. And on the 5th day, I find myself here, in the break room, enjoying a rare and not entirely within the rules burst of Wi-Fi, recording my experiences into this email to you, Finn. Apologies for the fringing, and I wanted the words to flow as my thoughts did at the time the events took place. I am breaking the Secrets Act here, so don't screw me over. Besides, the connection keeps dropping. I am not sure if this email will even get through to you. Maybe if it does, this will be the time you finally reply to me. I hope you are all right wherever you are. A window in the wall beside me shows the approaching storm that gathers in the distance. Lightning crackles suddenly against the horizon, and the hairs on my forearm rise. I've taken a risk and gone against the commander's advice. An opportunity has arisen, you see. Hodor, the little drill that Terry told me about, is going down to the seabed tonight to collect samples. You can fit people inside it, about a dozen or so. I requested to go down with them down to the bottom of the sea, just for a chance at another glimpse. A glimpse of the entity. Not that I told them, of course. I was refused. But I was informed by one of the officers that the pneumatic-operated deep drill will also be going down a little later in the night for the same purpose, I presume. I've had a little look around. It's a strange-looking thing, like a big metal square. Well, not that big. Big enough for maybe 6 or 7 people, connected to the rig via tubes and pipes and cables. The floor is made of 2 different metals, with a crack that runs down the middle, and they need volunteers. They're here in the break room with me now, waiting to be allowed on board. They're all chattering excitedly, asking all sorts of questions, guessing what they might find or see down there in the dark. And I am going with them. I have to know. I have to. I just have to. I wish you could hear the song, Finn. It's like nothing I've ever heard before. It's beautiful. It's beautiful anyway. I'd better sign off here. I think they're calling for us, hopefully. I'll get to see you soon. All the best, Ray.